And we will share the recording. It'll be available on the website by the end of today, just to answer the question there. So we've taken a really strong partnership approach to the delivery of the PYI. As many of you know, the presidency is not an implementing department. So our role is to be the overarching custodian, to provide strategic direction, and we also work hand in hand with the departments that have been delegated to actually do the work. We facilitate other development partners to provide additional funding and technical assistance, as well as obviously in conversation with Treasury, making sure that these departments receive allocations that they can then use those funds to implement. We have created coordinating or established coordinating mechanisms across all the 4 key components, and we've brought in civil society, other departments that are not lead departments, as well as development partners to support and come together. So we have a whole of society approach to resolving this problem. Those are the departments that are responsible for the different components, with the Department of Employment and Labor, together with GTAC, Jobs Fund, and the IDC being the lead department for the National Pathway Management. We track 3 key outcomes, or outputs rather, to measure the success of the PYI. There's a fully fledged M&E framework on the PYI website that you can go look at if you want to see some of the other indicators, but the 3 core ones include the 5 million young people are engaged in the National Pathway Management Network, that we've placed young people into 1.5 million temporary earning opportunities, and that 500,000 are engaged in sustainable earning opportunities. So where are we with these? To date, there are about 4.3 million young people that are now in the network accessing support and earning opportunities. Young people have been supported to access just over 1.3 million opportunities. And you'll see that we've actually, at the start of the intervention, which only really actually got funding in 2021, focused a lot of our attention getting the young people in, getting them into temporary earning opportunities. And now that we've made quite decent progress on that, our energy is starting to shift towards the sustainable earning opportunities and evaluations. Sorry, can someone mute?
Chapter 9.
Everyone just make sure you're on mute.
Yeah. Chapter 9. Well, like the activities, all of that.
Someone, hello? Have you muted that? Thanks. Can we please request that everyone keep their mics on mute? We have opted not to mute everyone from our side so that we can have better flow of the conversation, especially when we get to the Q&A, but we do kindly request that you just keep your mics on mute. So we are, yes, as I was saying, our energy is really now focused on evaluations and tracer studies to start looking at where have the young people been able to transition into sustainable earning, and really also focused on stimulating demand that enables the unlocking of these sustainable opportunities, which those of you who've read the terms of reference, you'll see there's quite a big emphasis on earning opportunities in this call. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but we do have a public-facing dashboard on the PYI website, which you can get on the State of Nation website. You are welcome to, again, go and have a look at that, and you can click on any of these numbers and you'll get even more detail on some of the demographic data as well. I'll put a link in the chat as well once I'm done with this presentation. All right, let's get into the National Pathway Management Network specifically, because this is, again, where the Innovation Fund is actually housed. And what this network is, we like to call it a network of networks, because what we've done is bring together the different networks in the country, and we are looking to grow this network, and this fund is one mechanism through which we're looking to do that. But these are all networks that are in some shape or form working with young people to address the barriers that they face. They're aggregating opportunities for them. They're stimulating demand in different local contexts. They are implementing different instruments that are meant to either support young people on the supply side or work with the demand side of the economy to unlock opportunities for them. So the objectives are really around that. Chief of them is around the demand. How do we unlock this demand? Where opportunities exist, but young people are struggling to access, how do we fix some of those challenges? And how do we then overall increase the visibility of young people who are seeking opportunities in the labor market? So make as many of those who are excluded currently visible to all the different opportunity holders. So what you'll see when you read also the terms of reference for the technical committee, which is the committee that we are asking anyone who's going to be accessing this fund to then participate in, is that we have a focus also on interoperability, which is about making sure that the digital systems within the network are all starting to speak to each other so that the opportunities that YES has is being shared with NYDA and vice versa, so that all the opportunities that are actually available sit in a single network, and young people are able to access those opportunities regardless of which partner they are working with directly. And the ways in which young people can access this network are many. They can go onto the SA Youth platform, which is 0 rated, and they can access that through a Mobi site without needing to spend any money on data. We are also obviously, the Department of Employment and Labor is the lead, but also one of the partners in the network, and their labor centers are part of the footprint of how young people can access the network. Similarly with the NYDA offices, as well as the platforms of the Department of Higher Education and Training and all the other over 30 partners now that are in this network. We have a video here that we've added a link to. In the interest of time, we're not going to play it. I'm going to add it to the chat so that everyone can get a narrative visual explanation of the network in a bit more detail, and also specifically how SA Youth works, which is also where we are asking people to load any opportunities that are secured through this fund onto that platform so young people can access it. And then I wanted to spend some time giving you a sense of who is who in the implementation of this Innovation Fund core. We have the presidency. Obviously, I've explained our role as the custodian and responsible for strategic direction. The Department of Employment and Labor is the lead implementing department. They are responsible for the National Pathway Management Network and are the lead on this Innovation Fund. They've appointed Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator as the National Pathway Manager. Harambee's role is to manage the ecosystem of partners in this network, support the delivery across all the different objectives, and work with partners to identify gaps and then bring about solutioning for those gaps. The Innovation Fund is one funding mechanism in the network to also then address some of the gaps that currently exist, or some of which you guys would all identify as you pull together your proposals. The IDC is then the fund manager that's been appointed to implement the Innovation Fund on behalf of the department. Lastly, we have the GIZ. GIZ is in an agreement with the presidency to provide overarching holistic support to the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention that includes capacity building for all of the different partners in the PYI, the monitoring and evaluation, so sourcing service providers to do different assessments and evaluations of the PYI, as well as comms support and institutional support. In the context of this fund, the GIZ has come on board to provide support to applicants. This will include proposal writing, helping you think through your ideas, as well as ensuring that as far as is possible, you can align them to the fund. They will present after me, but just to note that your participation in that support, it has no bearing on the actual adjudication. We're making this available because we've noticed in other funding calls that we've done in the PYI overall, that often partners will, fall out at the admin compliance level based on very simple things, or that the proposal writing could have been strengthened. And we saw it fit that we actually just bring in some of that support so that those of you who need that kind of support can access it and be able to then present higher quality proposals. So you'll get quite extensive support helping you make sure that you tick, especially these admin related compliance details, but also in pulling together a proposal that does, speak quite well to what you're trying to bring forward. But participating is completely voluntary. You don't have to take this up. We're just making it available so we can help in making sure that you're able to put forward as strong proposals as possible. But Bianca will give you all more details on what is available. And Harambee is also going to play a role in that support in terms of helping you make sure you understand the NPMN and to get the objectives and you can align yourself to those. So I mentioned earlier.
The slides are not moving for some reason or other.
Oh, is it? I'm not sure why. They're moving on our side. Yeah. Is the other slides moving for? Are the slides not moving for everyone?
The slides are moving.
Yeah, the slides are moving. So maybe it might be the person who is having that problem is probably on your specific. You might just need to check your network connection. All right. I think this is my second last slide. We wanted to then give people a sense of what is this National Pathway Management Network Technical Committee that you will then have to participate in if you are appointed, and make sure that this is also clear to everyone. And I think maybe the first place to start is that the Innovation Fund is a fund of the National Pathway Management Network, and it's available to its members. But because we want to grow the network, and we know for sure that we still don't have everyone that is actually key to participate, when we launch the fund, we open it up to everybody to also then crowd in new partners. So if you are not already in the network, you can still apply to the fund, but then you need to commit as part of your application that you will then join this network. The network has several coordinating mechanisms, and the particular coordinating structure that partners that are going to be receiving the Innovation Fund or that are doing the delivery aspect of the work that they need to sit in on is the technical committee. There's an overarching coordinating committee that brings together 8 national departments as well as the NYDA. There's a memorandum of agreement that governs that, and all those departments have some or other role in their mandate to play in terms of transitioning young people from learning to earning. We then have the cross-cutting support coming through from the National Pathway Manager, which is Harambee, and there's a steering committee to manage their work and delivery against their objectives. And then the technical committee is currently structured into 5 subcommittees, and we have a subcommittee around interoperability. That subcommittee is doing what I was explaining, that we're wanting to eventually, this is sort of a medium to long-term vision, to really have an interoperable system where everyone's data is speaking to each other. So we can finally get a picture of how do young people move in the labor market and where do they actually find points of struggle or points of constraints that we can then come into with support to alleviate. Currently, the partners have APIs where they're sharing the opportunities between the different systems, but ultimately we're wanting to get to a fully interoperable system. We then have a subcommittee on ecosystem mapping. That particular subcommittee is really trying to, at a local level, map what currently exists for young people, both on the demand as well as the supply and the support side, so we can understand how is the ecosystem currently structured to provide a holistic support to young people in local contexts. And there's a subcommittee lead that is then driving that work to bring in the different elements of data that exist. And even here again, we're trying to get to a place where we have a single source of truth about what the profile of young people in these in local contexts are and what is available to them. We have a third subcommittee that's around demand support. This specifically is around stimulation activities. So where in the network are partners working to stimulate new demand, and what are those interventions, and where are the gaps, and where are we aggregating existing demand, who has opportunities, which opportunity holders are loading opportunities onto the different platforms or making opportunities available. Are they in the network? And if they're not, they need to be brought in so we can make those opportunities available to young people. And then we also consolidate in this subcommittee some of the other demand activities that happen in other areas of the PYI, such as the demand-led skilling, for example, as well as the local ecosystem enablement. So they would report as well into this committee to provide line of sight of where the opportunities are going to be coming from. I will say that this is actually one of the areas we've identified as having some gaps, and we are wanting to use this innovation fund to crowd in partners that can close the distance between what we know we need to actually address the severe scale of youth unemployment. We have a subcommittee around e-learning tools that's really grappling with what is actually all available and to what extent there's a plethora, as you all know, of e-learning tools in the country. But to what extent are these tools linked to demand or can enable a pathway a young person can get onto to actually access opportunities, and which ones should we be including in a pathway management for young people and structuring that so that they also have support in terms of which of these different e-learning resources make sense for them. So there's quite a lot of consolidating and mapping what is available, but with the aim of actually wanting to link it much more strictly to demand and different pathways that then are available to young people. And then we have a pilots subcommittee that brings together all the different pilots that are being implemented in the network, testing new approaches, etc. And some of you are going to probably be putting forward interventions that are at a pilot stage, so you'll probably be better suited to this subcommittee, and some of you are scaling interventions and maybe sit in some of the other subcommittees. This is not a rigid structure, so I do want to plead that people not exclude themselves because they don't think their intervention fits into any of these. If your intervention is resolving any of the 3 core objectives and meets the criteria for the fund, you still apply. And if you don't fit in any of these subcoms, we'll create one that is aligned to the new interventions that will be coming into the network through this fund. So we have added as an appendix the terms of reference for the technical committee. So I do encourage everyone to go through that as well. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to send those through the dedicated email address, and we'll respond to those post this event. And if you already have questions, you're obviously welcome to raise them. So I'm going to stop there. That was actually my second last slide. And maybe we can take Bianca and then open up for questions on these 2 presentations before we move to Stuart.
Yeah, we can do that. We don't have many queries on the chat moment. Bianca, you ready? I've got your slides on for
Right,
you.
thank you. Thank you very much. I can see that some people say they have trouble with their connection, so I'm going to leave my camera off, but the quality of the call for me has been pretty good so far, so I think if you struggle, it's probably on your end, and then the recording might help later. I'm very happy to provide you with an overview of the support that we're offering today. My name is Bianca Peters, and I work for GIZ, the German Agency for Development Cooperation. If we can go to the next slide. GIZ operates on behalf of the German government. We're a company registered under German private law, and the owner of that company is the government. So we act on behalf of the German government, and in this case, we support the presidency of the Republic of South Africa in implementing the presidential youth employment intervention. As Lerato already outlined, that includes a vast range of activities. And one of those activities is that we would like to support applicants to the various PYEI funding mechanisms, such as this Innovation Fund, in developing high-quality proposals that really fit with the objectives of the fund, so that the selection committee has a wide range of quality proposals to pick from. What exactly does that mean? What do we offer? There are basically 4 broad pillars that the support falls into. But if you have any struggles with your applications that do not fall within one of these, please still feel free to contact us, and then we will see how we can help you. One of the areas of support would be ideation, looking at developing a project that really aligns with the objectives of this innovation fund. Support could also be in the area of compliance to make sure that you fulfill the minimum eligibility criteria for this fund. But please note that if any steps need to be taken in order to comply, that the costs for that would, of course, rest with you. We cannot cover that, but we do offer this advisory, the advisory services to help you bring your compliance in order. Then we offer support in the area of monitoring, evaluation, reflection, and learning. Some of the questions that you will need to answer for your proposal relate to that area, and that could also imply support in developing your theory of change. And then fourth and lastly is support just in putting your proposal together, making sure that your proposal is a compelling one and really highlights the strengths of your organization and your project idea. We at GIZ do not deliver all of that support by ourselves. We also have 2 service providers that help us. DEZ Advisory Services is a boutique consultancy firm that particularly focuses on the areas of ideation, compliance, and proposal development. And Impact Consulting is a company we work with in the area of monitoring, evaluation, reflection, and learning. So any questions that you have particularly for that area, we would probably refer to Impact Consulting. As Lerato already said, we are in no way related to the adjudication process for this fund. So if you make use of the support that we offer, that does not mean that you will automatically get funding. It is merely a support offer. It will mean no preferential treatment in the selection process. And neither GIZ nor any of the service providers that we work with are in any way involved in the selection of the recipients of this fund. Do you have to make use of the support? Of course not. As Lerato said, this is entirely voluntary. The support is for anyone. We do not filter by a type of organization, but of course, if what you're proposing doesn't relate to the Innovation Fund, we're going to let you know. And we make this support available free of charge, so GIZ covers the costs. But obviously we have a limited capacity, so once we have our fill of applicants, that at some point we're just going to have to cut off. How do you make use of the support? You simply send an email to s2pyei@giz.de with the subject line Innovation Fund Support. And then please let us know in that email what the name of your organization is. Provide us with a very brief 1 or 2 sentence description of your project idea. And then also please let us know specifically what support you are seeking, what types of questions you have, and then we will see how we can best help you. And the support is provided on a first-come, first-served basis. We're very much looking forward to your entries and wish you good luck in this process.
Thanks. Thank you, Bianca. Can we look at the comments and on the chat, questions on the chat, and if there's anyone who wants to raise their hands and post their questions verbally, we're open to that. Let's go to Sikumbuzo.
Hi,
Hello.
do I ask my question or are we gonna wait for the chat?
No, we'll open the floor to verbal questions, and then while we're sifting through the chat, we'll answer them. But let's take
Okay.
hands first. So you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. So I saw when I was going through the application that it looks like the organization that's applying for the funding should match those funds. Is that the case? Meaning that if I'm applying for 5 million rands, I should have my 5 million rands on my side to match whatever is going to be given me by if I'm selected by the agency. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we would want applicants to have upfront already received some very strong indicative match funding. Either it comes from internally or third parties, but at the application stage, you should have very clear understanding of who's going to be match funding the innovation fund.
Yeah, can we just limit the questions at this stage to the two presentations? We're going to have a presentation from Stuart at IDC that will go through the terms of the term sheet and the terms of reference for the fund in more detail, and then we'll take those questions after that.
So we've got another hand up there. I'm not sure who that is. MM, do you want to go ahead?
Wahab.
Mohabo.
Come in.
Mohabo, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Right, we can hear you.
Yeah, hi everyone. My question was the other guy before me asked that because also if it's in ideation, how would I be having 20 million of injection? I maybe in the next presentation is also unpack that, the funding part of it, because some of the things that we want to do are in ideation or are sort of in pilot. I mean, if it was that successful, then we wouldn't even be sitting here. So I would love to have that question answered. And then also, does this also cover for a non-profit, or can I match both my PTY and non-profit company? Because both of them are sort of supporting each other in what we're doing. Or do we just apply with one company?
Mohabo, let's wait for Stuart's presentation and then perhaps it gets answered there. If not, please raise your hand up again. Do we have questions on the chat?
Yeah, I'm just going to, I see there's a few around the slides. The slides will also be made available on the website at the end of today. Okay, and then
The link to the support.
the link to the support. So it would be the email that Bianca put up on the slide. Bianca, if you could just add those details to the chat as well.
There are some one question on can you give us an example of initiatives that are in place already?
Sure. There are quite a few. We have obviously all on the aggregation piece, we have all the platforms that I spoke about. We have on the demand support piece, partners who are working specifically on stimulating young people's access to forms of enterprise. So working on specific barriers that prevent that. We are looking at how we crowd in more aggregator platforms that actually enable self-employment. But this is definitely an area where we're looking to crowd in other players in the market who are doing that type of work. So your aggregator platforms that enable young people to then be able to work for themselves, whether that's on the last mile delivery side or other such digital platforms that unlock those kinds of opportunities. Some of the pilots are really looking at, we have a pilot with the TVET colleges that's very much in exploration and design that is looking at how do you bring the National Pathway Management Network to that space to enable TVET learners specifically to access opportunities to either do workplace experience in line with getting their qualifications, but also just workplace experience as a stepping stone into the labor market. So we did actually put the fact sheet, I think, as an appendix to the term sheet that gives an outline of who's in the network. But yeah, we're welcome to share more details on that. But I will caution that it's not about replicating what's there because we are also trying to close the gap. You'll see there's quite a lot of partners who are on the supply side. We have the basic package of support that is specifically looking at coaching excluded young people who are not in education, employment, or training. And where we're trying to actually bring more people in is those of you who are specifically looking at how we can stimulate new demand for young people. So I'm encouraging that, but if people want more detail on the interventions, we are very much happy to provide that and put a link to that on the website together with the presentations. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, are you finished? Can I go to the next question? How is, from Rulof, how is demand validated by this initiative? Because I've seen job posts from Harambee that are bogus, where you find job applicants are exploited or scammed into paying monies for promises of placement. It does seem that there is no vetting mechanism to prevent these parasite companies.
Yeah, that's a very important one because you'll actually see in the terms of reference for the technical committee that is one of the requirements for anyone that's going to join the network and participate in the technical committee is firstly that you don't yourselves charge young people for jobs, and that you have, as part of your T's and C's, clear mechanisms for vetting any opportunity holders that will come through your intervention. But the key things is really looking at how long the particular opportunity holder has been in the market, getting access to what the employment contracts are, and having line of sight of what the terms of those contracts are or where the opportunity will actually be taking place. And so everyone in the network has to have, and we're actually currently trying to standardize that across because different partners have slightly different terms. So we want to make sure that if an opportunity holder doesn't make the cut through the ESSA system of DEL, they shouldn't be able to through the back door of another partner because their terms are slightly less stringent. So that's being standardized across the network so that everyone is actually vetting or checking their opportunity holders against the same criteria. Where you are a private sector employment services provider, you obviously need to be registered with the Department of Employment and Labor. So that's also one of the checks. There's actually also one of the checks for this fund as well. So yeah, I can just...
Next one.
So I'm taking number question 3 from Khololo. Can the team explain the difference between aggregating demand and stimulating new demand?
Sure.
How will we know that new demand is not represented by another stakeholder in the PYER?
That's a great question. So aggregating demand is about opportunities that already exist. So whatever intervention you'd be putting forward is not looking to create new opportunities. So these platforms like your SA Youth, like the ESA platform, JobJack is another one that was supported in the previous round. They predominantly are looking to create a sort of marketplace for opportunity holders. And we use that term because we're being broad in our definition of opportunity here. Some of them are learning, some of them are earning, some of them are support. And you're bringing them together into an aggregated place. And what we are doing in the network is that all those aggregated places must actually speak to each other and share the opportunities. So young people have access to everything as far as is possible, everything that actually exists for them and are able to access that. So if you're aggregating demand, you're in the business of making sure what exists is available in a far more efficient or effective way, or you are actually, because I think we've made it clear in the term sheet that we're not actually looking to support any platforms that are doing exactly what the network is already doing, because there's quite a bit of saturation there. But if you're, for example, a platform that is either unique to a sector and you are able to then reach a very specific cohort of young people in a way that the network currently doesn't do, that we'd be open to. Or you are predominantly focused on the most excluded young people and you've figured out how to reach them in a seamless way, that again is a gap that would be getting closed in the network. Stimulation of demand is an entirely different thing in that your interventions are then speaking to the opportunity holders and how we can get more opportunities. So either you are involved in sector intermediation, you work with industry around where their barriers to unlocking jobs are, and you have interventions that actually deal with those barriers so those jobs can become available. And that can take different forms. So it can be sector intermediation. You can either be doing skilling, but in a way that is actually responsive to demand. So you don't just skill. The jobs are already lined up and you're skilling to actually place in those jobs. That's the kind of skilling that we'd be looking to support here, and not just pure training programs, which are not the priority for this fund at the moment. Other forms of stimulation that maybe that are being tackled in the network, but are not necessarily activities that would be put forward by partners, include obviously stuff that sits very much in government, including some of the key instruments and incentives that can be put in place, like your ETI, like the Youth Employment Service, which is part of the BEE incentive, etc. So all of that is also then considered in the network, but yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be something you propose. But that's really what we're trying to get people to focus on, is where have you seen barriers on the demand side that if you were able to tackle would actually mean that young people are able to access opportunities. It could be looking at interventions around inclusive hiring, where you've identified ways you could work with firms to change and be more inclusive in the way that they look at young people or hire young people. And you've developed a mechanism that can work and even be scaled up to other sectors, etc. So depending on which sectors you're all involved in, you obviously have different levels of intelligence around what we need to be doing to unlock jobs in the short to medium term. So looking at either current latent demand that can be unlocked, but we are not doing so, or emerging demand that is likely to come up. And the reason for this is because the young person of focus in the PYI is the young person that's currently unemployed. We're looking at young people who are in the labor market right now, or even discouraged. Maybe your intervention is also looking at how we bring in young people who've lost hope completely, and you have ways to get to them and work with partners to create opportunities for them. But we're really looking at the young person that's currently excluded, currently not earning, and how we get them earning, as opposed to in sort of stimulation activities like reform, etc., that take a bit longer to unlock those opportunities. We're very short-term focused.
Then the last question that we'll take now is to Bianca.
Mhm.
In terms of the GIZ offering, is it limited to one support item, or can you request support across all 4 items? Bianca?
Thank you, Stuart. It's a comprehensive support offer, so you can request support across all items. Please just tell us what your questions or struggles are, and then we will see how we can best support you.
Thanks. I think those are the questions for now. We do recognize there are other questions in the chat, which we will come back to.
I'll respond to them in the chat.
And if we've missed anything, please let us know. There's quite a few, I think, popping up now. So we're not going to miss anyone's question. Give us some time. We'll move to Stuart.
Yeah, I
Stuart will
think-
present on the IDC's role in terms of the Innovation Fund. Do you want
Yeah.
to say something?
There were just a few people whose hands are still up. If you can just put your questions in the chat, I'll be responding to any outstanding questions, and Bianca and I will do that while we take the next presentation, just so we have time.
Thanks to you again.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So my task will be to just take you through the terms of reference and some of the key issues that are in the terms of reference to give you and then give you an opportunity to ask questions around it. What's important here is that we are looking for suitably qualified organizations and with pilot novel approaches and or scale existing viable concepts that will connect young people to these earning opportunities. The focus is on supporting interventions that will stimulate demand for labor and reduce barriers that hinder the labor market entry by young people and facilitate the links to appropriate opportunities. This is pretty much what Lerato has just explained. The deadline for submission of applications is 8th of July 2024 at 5 p.m. Please also note that all applications have to be need to be provided through the email address and not delivered to IDC in a hard copy form. We will not accept any hard copies for monitoring and for evaluation and for managing integrity of the system. They will all have to come through the application email address. So I don't know if I need to go through all of these because Lerato mentioned them quite extensively. The stimulation of and aggregation of demand. We're driving systems of change to address the barriers, and we're linking young people to opportunities. Those are the key objectives that we are focusing on. It's also important for us to say that that will only prioritize prioritize platforms that are additional to what exists in the network already. Again, Lerato has touched on these. We are looking at programs that are additional to what is currently being offered. We will also be providing, preference will be given to those initiatives that are targeting economically marginalized areas, such as rural areas, peri-urban areas, townships, and identified poverty nodes. Not to say that we won't look at others, but those that is our area of focus. The Innovation Fund will not fund the following: interventions that only focus on research, training programs that are not linked to the system objectives of the NPMN, and community service programs, publicly funded employment programs, and new businesses due to a lack of implementation track record. So this is a bit of a question that many people have asked, but we are dealing with a competitive process, and we are very, very strict on the certain on the terms of reference that are put up and the criteria that will be considered. The broad criteria and terms will be the following. I need to show the following characteristics. It must be managed. I've mentioned it just now, by experienced implementers who have at least a 3-year track record of operating within the area of interest. As I said, this is a bit of a bone of contention, but we have decided a 3-year track record is critical. We'll be willing to participate in the network that was explained by Lerato, and to adhere to the core principles of the network. Demonstrate capacity to address the barriers faced by youth, and actively support the entry and retention of young people in the labor market. Where initiatives have successfully been piloted, be able to clearly articulate the outcomes of this said pilot. Where initiatives are currently in the piloting phase, be clearly articulate activities that are already being carried out, outstanding activities, and anticipated outcomes of the pilot. So this comes to the two-stream process that Lerato talked about, the piloting phase and the scaling phase. Broad criteria then. Demonstrate that you are not just requesting funds to finance your current activities, but rather demonstrate that you will do this in a new and a different way in supporting young people. Proposed interventions must articulate how innovation can be sustainably scaled up. We can get onto the question that is, what is innovation? I think Lerato, there was a question in the chat looking at what is innovation. Intermediaries that have received previous funding must have achieved at least 80% performance on each of their current or contracted programs indicators. We do not want perpetual programs. We want to make sure that those that have participated are bringing something new, but also able to build on what they have. Either already well-established monitoring and evaluation protocols and capacity to demonstrate the ability to establish one. In this regard, it is critical that the applicants must include their proposed budgets, an allocation of resources for monitoring and evaluation, and will be expected to report against standard indicators for the program, which are represented in Annex 2 of the Terms of Reference. The monitoring and evaluation is critical to us. It really shows we need to be able to show and identify those programs that are able to make that difference, and to also from an auditing perspective ensure that the money is going to the right people, right organizations, and for and achieving the right outcomes. In addition, part and parcel of this monitoring and evaluation is to be able to track the movement of each participant through the support interventions, and to provide evidence for the attainment of milestones. Coming back, as that's still linked to the monitoring and evaluation, that there should be measurable SMART indicators anticipated for the anticipated program outcomes and impact. And then finally, you must demonstrate efficiency and value for money. This is what I said earlier. We are trying to make sure that this entire monitoring and evaluation program talks to providing us with the right information, the right proof of that you are on the right track, but also that taking these young people into to real opportunities. It is important for applicants to have the theory of change, and this is where GIZ has said that they would assist you. A theory of change that we can understand, that is succinct and is able to articulate how your project will unlock meaningful earning opportunities for young people. Institutional criteria and terms. A minimum requirements for institutional in terms of institutional arrangements are that for for-profit private sector applicants are required to be registered in the Department of Employment and Labour in terms of the published regulations in terms of the Employment Services Act, and must supply the certificate of registration as or proof of registration. There is a link in the terms of reference where you can register and so on. Public entities applying for funding are subject to all applicable legislative eligibility criteria. In addition, the proposed initiative must be distinguished from other or similar initiatives previously or currently being followed or being funded with public funds. This is important. We are looking at additionality. We're looking at moving away from just regurgitating or supplementing existing programs. We want something different. NPOs and PBOs and other types of entities should provide proof of appropriate registration. Everybody must be compliant with administrative requirements, including your tax status. And compliance, some of the key issues are in in the terms of reference, for example, FICA arrangements and so on. We are expecting the applicant to have audited financial statements or reviewed financials covering at least 3 years. We've had a number in the last webinar. This became quite an issue. As I said, that we have to set criteria, and the criteria is for latest 3 financial years. Must have a track record of more than 3 years, obviously, and technical experience in the area of interest. Funding criteria, another area that is quite part of the competitiveness of this fund, and also quite a challenge for some people. But let me go through that. Minimum grant requested per applicant is 5 million rand. A maximum grant available is 25 million rand. Minimum cash matched funding requirements are as follows. Government institutions are 1-to-1. So in other words, if you apply for 5 million rand, there should be another 5 million rand matched financing. Non-governmental organizations and NPOs, if you're applying for 5 million rand, you need to find co-funding of 2.5 million rand. And private sector applicants are the same as the public sector with a 1-to-1 requirement. For each applicant, the budget should be categorized into the following. Amount of administrative costs. In other words, what is required to implement the proposed initiative. Salaries and wages of the project staff. Costs associated with transitioning young people into the placement of new jobs. Fees are to be paid to consultants and other service providers. The cost of monitoring and evaluation activities. The cost of equipment and assets directly related to the proposed initiative. Funding criteria. We will not provide funding for the following. I've mentioned it briefly before, in relation to research initiatives. However, applicants where research is taken a step further and results in implementing pilots or proof of concept may be considered. So we're not talking about pure research for the sake of research, but really research that will result in interventions that make reach the outcomes we are asking for. Infrastructure costs, particularly in terms of fixed property, vehicles, etc., are specifically excluded. However, cost of movable infrastructure, specifically related to the capacity of the applicant to implement the proposed initiative, may be considered. Just a note, while in-kind matched funding will not be recognized as part of the minimum funding criteria, the additional inclusion thereof will be favorably considered. So don't leave out your in-kind contribution, but use it as part of your competitiveness and additionality in relation to your application. How we will evaluate proposals, some of the broad criteria other than the management and all of that. In terms of the impact criteria, we're looking at scale, which would be 10%. Innovation will be considered at 30%. Capacity and readiness to implement 25%. Sustainability 15%. And additionality 20%. These are the broad impact criteria, and when the team does the due diligence or the basic assessment, it will be assessed to a large extent weighted on these weightings. Then just a summary. Deadline, please note that applications are 8th of July 2024 at 5 p.m. No late submissions will be accepted. Key information, dates, and updates are on the website and can be followed on the link of the www.idc.co.za. Further information on the PYEI and the National Pathway Management Network, Lerato did tell you give you the website for the State of the Nation Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. We will expect a ring-fenced bank account. Payments for project activities will only be made into a designated ring-fenced bank account where all project-related expenditure will be funded. There will be a slight difference for public sector institutions over here because they will not necessarily have a ring-fenced bank account, but it will be within the criteria and the appropriateness of that PFMA and so on. Performance indicators. Please pay careful attention on how the fund defines different performance indicators represented, and let your submission talk to those at length. Now, other governmental funding is a question that has come up quite often. Applicants are expected to declare any existing contracts that you have with any other public employment intervention, training program, or learnership. Applicants are also expected to identify any conflicts that may arise from these and how such risks will be managed. Although the existence will not necessarily impact on your eligibility, failure to declare might be deemed as a breach of trust and could result in the immediate termination of your application. And in instances where contracting has been concluded, termination of that contract may occur. Intellectual property. While intellectual property will reside with the project partner, all successful applicants must permit the Presidential Youth Employment Fund to use the concept for learning and dissemination purposes. Learning material will be developed in conjunction with the owner of the IP and will not be used for commercial dissemination, but rather for as we've said, for learning, for information purposes, and so on. The application process will be as follows. The Presidential Youth Employment Fund allocates grant funding through a competitive one-stage application process. All applications must be submitted to the email address innovationfund@idc.co.za. As I've mentioned earlier, we cannot accept any applications outside this process. So don't send it to me or to Calviny or to Lerato or to bring it in by hard copy. It has to, for integrity purposes, have to go through that process or that email address. Applications are firstly assessed against the eligibility criteria. If these are not met, they may result in your application not receiving any further considerations. So please focus on how you meet these criteria in your submission. After eligibility assessment or the basic assessment, the application is comprehensively assessed against the impact criteria outlined. Thereafter, a decision will be taken as to which proposals should be allocated grant funding. After a due diligence process that will be conducted by the IDC on each client and in relation to each application. The Fund's Investment Committee will make the final decision on any allocations. The competitiveness of each project proposal is a key consideration in the entire process. So again, this is a challenge fund. It is a competitive process. We are looking for the best possible solutions with the best possible outcomes and impacts that aligned to the fund as set out in the fund. Okay, so this next webinar is today. The closure date, again, I'm stressing it because regardless of because you will not be able to be considered if you are later than the 8th of July 2024. It is I stressed it last week as well, but we still get questions on whether there'll be extensions, whether there's what the date is. It is really something that is cast in stone, and please nothing after that time. And that is also part and parcel of the reason why we're using that email address is to ensure that 5 o'clock is the cutoff date time. Further information, visit the IDC website under Innovation Fund for all these terms of reference, as well as other information. The email address, you can ask any questions in the same address that we will receive the applications through. In other words, innovationfund@idc.co.za. Thank you. That is a brief overview of the terms of reference. We'll ask you can ask any questions going forward, or for clarity, I should say.
Thanks, Stuart. That was a lot of detail. I hope everyone's managed to absorb it. We've got 4 hands up. Let's start with 4740. I'm not sure who that is. If you can please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this. Sorry, 4740 seems to be a handle. My name is Andrew Levy. I'm from Umuzi. I did actually put my things in the chat. So I think there's 2 major questions for me. The first is, obviously this is a big scope of work. There are a number of opportunities to get involved in very many different parts of this journey. Umuzi has a number of different pronged approaches, of which we have some very innovative opportunities here, and probably more than one. So the question that I have is, if we have more than one innovation opportunities that solve or speak to this innovation fund, how is it best recommended to deal with that? Is it a separate application for each one of the opportunities? Is it collective? And then we need to outline the two different ideas. What would be your guidance on that? So that's the first question. I think the second question is one that is raised from a place of frustration. So please hear that as not your fault, but just generally. A number of colleagues on this call were involved earlier this year in a jobs boost fund. Of course, this had nothing to do with you guys, but one of the things that came out very late on in the application was that actually they were looking for a per person cost. So they didn't speak about it. They actually denied it during calls like this. And then it came out that if you were too expensive at the time, then you were just absolutely thrown out. So I just wanted to make sure that this innovation fund, if it has any requirements like that, that they're more open than the Jobs Boost were to just sharing that so that we don't waste our time as providers, even established providers that have long track records. These things take a lot of time by the organization to get a good application together. And so we would appreciate as much openness around if there are any other considerations. If you're not looking for tech jobs, for example, because you're looking in rural areas, or if you're looking for a per person cost of X, then please let us know so that we can actually consider very, very carefully whether it's worthwhile us applying to this. And then secondly, matching our proposals so that you get more proposals that are fit for purpose. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I see. So you had two questions, and Andrew. That was Andrew, about whether you should put multiple applications per idea or whether you should have a consolidated application. And then the question on the thoughts around the jobs. So Stuart, do you want to take the first one, and then Lerato, maybe the jobs?
Well, maybe, maybe can I answer the second one first? Is that the cost per job is part of your competitiveness. We also do know that different sectors will have different costs per job. So that will be factored into it. What we're really looking for here is not setting a standard per for the fund itself, but rather looking at your motivation and related to the sector and so on. The first question then is the scope. I do believe that you should be able to provide maybe a separate application per initiative. It might get lost, Andrew, or become watered down to such an extent that we can't do an assessment on each submission or proposal that you're putting forward to. So I would think that most of the information will probably around the background and administrative purpose will be the same. It's just the nature of your theory of change or your or the proposal itself that would differ. So I think just for sake of completeness, do that. Anything to add?
Yeah, maybe just to come in, Andrew, on the jobs boost. We are in fact also still the right people to send those frustrations to, because it is part of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. So just wanted to acknowledge that we hear you on the frustrations. And it's useful to get this feedback at the presidency side so we can obviously discuss it with DHET and NSF as well as the CRUTHM team that was responsible for that. But in a similar way, that fund was also looking at competitiveness, and it is an outcomes fund that was actually just wanting the market to tell us what jobs they can provide at what cost. So then it was, because there's a limited budget, it was then weighing in and assessing all these proposals against what the market was able to provide and where you'll be able to maximize the total number of jobs for young people. But I think, thanks for just sharing that. I think it's very useful feedback, especially around any quite hard exclusion criteria that need to be obviously communicated upfront.
Okay, I'm going to go with the, I hope Andrew is satisfied with the responses. let's go with the other hands. I'm going to first go with that, and then we'll look at what's in the chat. Lolo? Hold on, I can't read properly there. Is it Kololo?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the session. Two questions from my side. The first question speaks to your competitiveness framework. Maybe just a simple question is, would an application that is asking for a 20 million rand grant be weighed more favorably than an application that is just asking for a 5 million rand grant, whether that speaks to management or any kind of other factors that may make that more favorable? And then my second question is that in regards to GIZ related initiatives, and I mean, they've got quite a number of them targeting, let's call it youth unemployment, working with the presidency, would a successful application in any of those programs exclude us from being eligible for this application or for this fund? Thanks so much.
We take a few.
No, let's just complete that. So if I can just quickly respond to the first one, the value of the application is not necessarily a competitive is not going to be a competitive advantage or disadvantage. It's more the impact. I can create one job for 20 million rand, or I can create 15 jobs for 5 million rand. So it's more about what impact you're going to be creating for that request. And then Lerato, you wanted to answer the next question?
Yeah, is that question? No, it wouldn't. So if anything, where you are able to secure other funding from development partners, you would then be able to put that forward as part of your matched funding. So we wouldn't exclude other programmatic work under GIZ. That's not, I imagine you're not speaking about getting this support for the proposal writing, but any development partner funding that you're able to secure that meets the match funding criteria, you'd then be able to put that forward. Right.
Let's go to Neo.
Thank you. My name is Neo Matsena. I'm the CEO of SACPO. SACPO is South African Public Colleges Organization. I'd like clarity on the matching. So, and the opening of the bank account. So when you are matched, when I match, let's say with 2.5 and you provide 2.5, what is the purpose of wanting a separate bank account? Is it for monitoring of expenditure or for auditing? Because then it means this fund will then be audited twice. And are you also going to audit a fund that does not necessarily belong to IDC? I need to know that, because that is quite important when you start this kind of projects. And number two, also I need clarity on the payment in kind. That might not necessarily be considered, because that would mean different things. For an NGO, payment in kind could be salaries and wages for project staff, because project staff are already there. The monitoring evaluation we have a unit that is already doing that. So that can translate into funding in kind. So if my funding in kind is around 1 million and I'm requesting 2.5, how are you not accepting the funding in kind when it actually translates into rent value? So those are the things that I need clarity on. Thank you.
Well, on the matching finance, yeah, I think what we're really looking at is making sure that we extend we find additional financing into the program. So what we're doing here is providing, for lack of a better word, some sort of foundational funding, so that we can try and attract additional funding to support the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. That's the purpose. In terms of the opening of a bank account, as I've mentioned, for a government entity, there will be different rules. However, in order to manage, the purpose will be to manage and to audit and to monitor the use of funding. So We don't want a situation where money gets becomes blurred between different programs and between different monies that are coming in. For this fund, we would expect a separate bank account for our own monitoring and for audit purposes. In terms of payment in kind, I think I missed that question, except to say that payment of kind in kind will obviously support the competitiveness of the process. Anything that is in addition to the funding requirement and the fund matching finances will be and contributes to the possible improvement of the program will be considered. We are looking at leveraging what can be done and is available to make sure that there's that we form the linkages and partnerships and so on. Lerato, I don't know if I answered the question sufficiently there. I might have missed. I was writing.
The question was why we're not including where that payment in kind actually translates to.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor.
Yeah.
Neo, just to make sure, the minimum from the program is 5 million. So your request must be 5 million. You must be matched by 5 million.
If you're an NPO.
Oh, for NPO, yes, it's 1 to 1.5.
Yeah.
1 to half.
I understand that. Sorry to interject. I do understand that, but I also understand that for me to match that 5 million, let's say to 2.5, and in your slide you've got project costs, you've got monitoring and evaluation. If those things are already existing, and I've got staff that I will be paying to manage this project and do the monitoring and evaluation, it comes across as payment in kind, but that translates into rent value. So when I apply, do you need to see the 5 million in my bank account? That's all I'm wanting to say. Or can I substantiate my payment in kind to be equivalent to a certain amount?
What we're looking at, and maybe I'm going to try and answer your question, is that what we're really looking for is in terms of the payment in kind is to what is the word? Is an addition to the program. Your fund, the co-funding is really required. Is going to be have to be in a very tight or solid contract in terms of what is available. So it has to be additional funding to meet that partnership, that co-funding.
So I think so. At the end of it, what we're saying is that if you are asking for 5 million and you have to match fund with 2.5, we want to see 7.5 million in terms of that arrangement, 7.5 million going into the market. So when we look at the level of commitment, we want to make sure that there's a high degree of certainty that the third party or the match funding will be provided for your proposal. So there we're looking at hard commitments. I think sometimes when we look at letters of intent, there's a difficulty in at times when the letters of intent do not come to fruition. So I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that if someone promises in their proposal that I have a letter of intent of X value and does not come through, then that disadvantages other proposals that would have not made the cut. So so I think just to make sure, when we say match funding and in kind, we're talking about real cash on the table.
For the match funding, yes.
For the match funding, yes. So Naya, I hope you heard that. And
I heard that, and I would advise that you revisit, because what's the point of me taking the salary of a project manager, put it in the fund and take it back again and pay them? It is just an advice because it's quite tedious, but we will try and stick to to the requirements. Thank you.
I think, yeah, just my parting word on that. We're looking at extension of reach, especially of the IDC, of this funding to be expanded. So let's move on to Khabo. I'll just take Mo Khabo for now, and then Lerato, do you want to then go to the chat? But let's go with Mo Khabo first, and then we'll.
Hi everyone. Thank you very much for the presentation. Anyway, Nemo really covered for me the whole thing, because I thought when you guys say match funding, I can bring in a bank guarantee letter or something that shows that the 2.5 million or the 5 million or the 20 million will be available should I have be awarded the grant. I don't know where we're gonna get the hard cash for some of us, especially working with the rural and township guys. I'm gonna just go off the line and say this is for rural and township, because I don't know who has 20 million right now that is operating in the rural and township to create jobs whereby they want to match it. So I'm just saying, kindly please next time maybe revisit the kind of applications you want if really we need to be creating jobs. We've created jobs, but with hardship, because every funder wants to have 20 million. Our mothers are unemployed. We don't have trust funds. So anyway, let me get off that point. But I please reconsider the whole match funding. We just survived COVID. We all know South Africa is wherever it is. What young black woman or man in South Africa has 20 million to match a German fund? There's no one. So I'm gonna move to the next point. No. These things of just applying for things that are not gonna work. Let's get real. We've got 75% youth unemployment in this country. So meaning that the 5% they have 20 million. No, they don't have 20 million because they are literally fighting water bills and electricity and food. That is tripling. Nobody has the 20 million to match. I would actually love to see and I'm no comrade, I'm not what, I'm just worked up by the system that continues to work against us, people who are trying to create jobs. Right now in my bank account, I don't have 5 million, but this thing I really qualify. I've created 120 jobs in Limpopo through circular economy initiatives. I need funding to roll this thing out throughout the entire Limpopo. I literally don't have 5 million, but I'm trying to make sure that all my employees pay UIF, they pay tax, they need to drive the truck, they are trained.
Thank you for your question. I think when you spoke about the bank guarantee, when we're talking about a hard commitment, a bank guarantee is one. So when we're talking about showing proof that you have a commitment by a third party, whether it's your money or whether it's a third party, that's match funding. The match funding does not necessarily have to be your own funding, but it can be from a third party that wants to match with the innovation fund under the auspices of your operational framework. So, and then the proof of that match funding can come in the form of a bank guarantee, in the sense that we know that it is guaranteed to appear and match the innovation fund as and when you roll out your proposal. I'm going to go to Lerato. Lerato, you can go through some of the questions on the chat and respond to it.
Yeah, there were quite a few, Stuart, around the match funding. There was a question here about whether government can public entities apply to scale pilots that are showing positive impact? Yes, they can. And there was a question around joint initiatives. That's actually highly encouraged, where you can work in partnership with others. Because as I said earlier on in my presentation, we are really trying to drive a partnership approach. We do actually encourage people coming together where you either have similar or complementary interventions to put in joint interventions. And then there is a question here about whether the full funding amount needs to be spent during the 6-month implementation period. We will share the recording. And there's a question about the eservices.gov. Someone is saying they can't access the employment services of South Africa. We'll look into that and just get feedback from Dell, from the department on that. And we'll make any, if there are any changes or any issues, we'll make those available or communicate that on the website. Then, Stuart, there's a question about whether digital infrastructure, you mentioned infrastructure being excluded from the costs, whether that includes digital infrastructure. The bank guarantee one has been answered. Can funding be used to pay stipend to the youth in the program until they are absorbed or self-established? No, this fund is not targeted. It's not a public employment fund. And there are many. So I think just maybe to note that when we obviously, and we, I mean, Presidency, Dell, and other implementing departments of the PYI, apply for funding to the Treasury, we also need to prove additionality to the system in terms of government. And because there's a plethora of funding, including social employment fund that the IDC also runs, that goes directly to direct employment of young people, this fund is not seeking to do that. It's looking at funding network or ecosystem level interventions that are currently able to resolve the barriers young people face and specifically unlock new demand. And it's similar to questions around directly funding skills. I think I tried to explain there that we're very clear that when it comes to training interventions, you need to demonstrate how these link directly to demand, because again, there's a plethora of different funding interventions, and as part of additionality to the system of funding that's provided by government, we are looking to pay special attention to those of you who are skilling in response to and unlocking demand through your skilling. So that applies to any skilling related questions that are also in here. I think those are how do we expect youth to be trained without receiving equipment to help for the taxi or food? Yeah, so I think that is part of why we are asking that people really do look at how they come together with others, because, or even leverage other funding in the system that can then cover that. The additional aspect that this fund is focused on is around stimulating ecosystem solutions that address the barriers. What is the time frame? Sorry, someone said I missed their question around the time frame for the response on funding. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm understanding this to mean when will you hear back from the IDC on whether or not your application is, and I'll ask Stuart to also cover it.
Is that the last question? So in terms of the response to applicants, after the basic assessments and due diligence and the investment committee process, we will then go into a legal contracting arrangement with the successful applicants. And we're looking at some time in October. Obviously, the first part can go rather smoothly. It's generally at the legal contracting process, we notice can take some time, and we're hoping that that is not going to be the case. We are looking at the contracting process, meaning all the basic assessments and investment process having been concluded. We will look at contracting in early October and funds flowing in October of this year. Stuart, I think you had a
yeah, just in terms of the 6 months, must all funds be spent in the 6 months? Not necessarily. What we really want to see is that the project starts and is initiated within 6 months. That is the key thing. And then it will obviously run for the next over the period that we've stipulated. But the key issue here is that after contracting, within 6 months, the program needs to be implemented. So, digital infrastructure. One of the reasons why we're talking about infrastructure not being part and parcel of the program, and that is land and buildings and cars and that type of thing. Digital infrastructure is slightly different, but what we're really looking for there is the maximum amount of money going to the solution rather than into setting yourself up and so on. We do believe that, again, there will be tweaks done to your existing systems, which we'd really like your systems to be relatively robust at outset. We don't want to see all the money going into creating some platforms and so on. I think well, platforms, but the into digital infrastructure itself, particularly the hardware. Skilling, I think we've answered that question. Calvin has responded to went a year back. What did I miss, Lerato? That
I think that was it. I see Mohabo. Mohabo has you have your hand up again. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I don't know. I've got some fancy headphones that just fell off while I was speaking, so I'm sorry for that. Yeah, I was just talking in terms of this whole matching thing, but again, I wanted to confirm, because everybody's talking about skills. Can a private company that is hiring people and rolling out and scaling up across Africa with new interventions, especially in rural and township, apply, or is this for skills development training companies? I just want to confirm that.
we actually, one of the things is we don't want it to be purely a skilling process. This is what we are really looking for is the employment side of things. So bringing the young people into employment opportunities, whether they working for someone or work, but also starting their own businesses and the like. So skilling is it's really trying to de-emphasize the issue of skilling with these funding.
Unless you can clearly demonstrate that that is actually the gap that is preventing the demand to be unlocked. So,
okay. Sorry, Sissy?
I said, does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you so much. So if I have to show that what I'm doing has not been, well, it's been done before or at this stage, maybe what kind of skills we can do to make sure that there's repetitive measures across South Africa for scalability. Yeah, no, I get it. Now, thank you so much. We just need to figure out this 20 million matching thing, because right now our mothers were our cleaners in jail. Where am I going to get 20 million? I'm applying, but 20 million, that is going to be you people's problem. Right now we're going to apply. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Let me move to the next hand, and that is Awande. Awande has just dropped off.
I've put my question in the chat, but since we're here, I was just asking if the matching funding, is it intended to be used, or is it just a requirement to demonstrate the capacity of the organization applying?
No, it should be embedded in your proposal, in the execution of your proposal. It's not a nice to have, it's part of your proposal, weaved into the match funding and the innovation fund. The budget put together must be able to meet the execution of the proposal.
Thank you.
Can we move to Matthew De Gale?
Hello, thank you very much. I noted your response around not being able to use the grant for stipends. Is there a specific exclusion around potential for grants or dispersing micro grants to young entrepreneurs?
Let's take all three.
Okay, then let's go then to WCF.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Anele here of Wild Coast Foods. I put a question on the chat around match funding. And my question was that, can the match funding be in the form of a credit line from a supplier? So we work with young people and women, and we aggregate them to plant vegetable crops for a number of our markets. So obviously they need inputs to plant. So we have a relationship with an agri-input supplier that can give us a credit line to provide to our smallholder farmers or the youth that will be employing to plant. And that money is payable upon harvesting. And harvesting of the crops that we plant happens within about 2 to 3 months.
Thanks for your question. I'm just going to take the last hand. Simone Pinke.
Hi, yes, thanks. It's Simone here from the DG Murray Trust. I had a question in the chat about the period of time within which the funding needed to be spent, and you said it wasn't necessarily within that 6-month implementation period. Does that mean then it could be over the full 2.5-year period?
Yes.
Okay.
The expectation is that the program, the funding that we're providing is over the 2.5 years, and front end is more the setup, and then over the next two years is the implementation.
Great, thanks so much.
Who's taking the first? Larasha? Okay.
I'll do the first question. And apologies, I see someone saying we're cherry picking questions. Apologies if we're missing people's questions. That's definitely not the intention. So please just flag it if we've missed you, or please come into the room. There's a question around micro enterprise grants and whether that's also excluded. And it would be, and I think maybe just to use an example from the first webinar that came up, an organization was running intermediating in a local context where their platform was bringing together in a local community different people who were providing business services or training or directly funding, etc. And their role was as this intermediary partner. So what this fund is looking to really support are these ecosystem solutions that are actually going to be unlocking or providing scale to what is actually happening. And it's a similar argument to the one I made about we need to have additionality in terms of the system. So there are various different funds that exist in the system already to provide direct grants to young people, direct grants to businesses. And what this fund is trying to unlock is, at an ecosystem level, how do we ensure that the impact of all this work as the National Pathway Management Network, that impact is actually unlocking sustainable earning for young people. So in this example, we would fund this solution that is actually working as an intermediary and has clearly demonstrated success in being able to improve the local context in that regard. So direct funding to micro, or where a company is only going to be funding directly to enterprises, we would encourage that be applied for through other funds that exist in the system.
Thank you.
Question relating to the credit line. It's quite a difficult one to answer. Credit line will, is it a grant, or is it repayable, or is it concessionary finance? Because then we would need to basically quantify that. If it's grant, it's easy to quantify, I think. If there's a commitment, that amount of money will be committed into the program. That's over that period. That would be something more tangible. If it's purely a credit line of funding, it's not. It would not be considered. And if it is concessionary, then the concessionary part of it would be considered.
Yeah, I'd like to add there. I think what we don't want is the Innovation Fund grant to support a credit line where it's commercial funding. What we're looking at is then the grant being eroded. If the credit line has highly concessionary terms, while it might not necessarily match the Innovation Fund grant, we are comfortable that on commercial terms, the credit line is highly concessionary to the program, and obviously to the participants who will benefit from it. So a credit line is a credit line, but I think what we're looking at is that it must advance the grant and not cannibalize the grant. We have another question. Palelo. We can go, Palelo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Pierre here from Soweto. I just want to ask, are the panelists innovators? Because it seems like you are focusing on how the money should be spent and not the probably innovation, the impact it would have, because we're talking different languages. You should be identifying talent and then approve of that talent, and then you practice oversight in the spending of those funds. Because you're telling us about you need 20 million. Who are you talking to? Like the other lady said, we don't have that 20 million, but it's free to have an idea. And an idea needs to be protected. And it seems we are lost here. We're being told about money and not innovation.
I think what we're trying to do, Palelo, is to actually combine the two. So we're looking at you, looking at the market, looking at yourselves to come up with innovative solutions on how do we address youth unemployment? How do you get them into job opportunities? So we're trying to address the two by funding an innovative solution to address the issues associated with the unemployed youth. So it is a combination of the two.
The thing is, how are you? Because there's innovators that do not have the 5 million or half of that money. Where must they go? Because the stages to innovation, and I don't, from what you are saying, I don't understand, or you have a clue what is the stage of having an innovative idea and the steps it takes. You just want a finished product. Where are we going to get that money? Because some of us, we're staying with the communities that you're talking about unemployment, and we see these things every day. But now you guys do not relate. You're talking about 5 million. How can someone from Soweto have 5 million? We are being disenfranchised. So if you could have a panel of innovators and then you work with them instead of you innovating and, I don't know, adjudicating which idea is best to fit the market. Because what market are you talking about? Because
so Palelo, you are wafting in and out. The signal is a bit poor, but I think the intention here is that we are, as the government through presidency and DEL, are putting a grant on the table, and we're asking you, if you've got a grant, source other funders to match it so that we can make an impact. And the minimum is 5 million. We're not necessarily suggesting that you have to have 5 million, but if we're putting 5 million on the table for you, because you've got an idea, an innovative idea, find a way to match that 5 million. Through
that's why we
other partnerships,
because it's difficult. for us to find funding. We don't have access to people that would give us that funding. So who are you talking to? Because if you say, I must get funding, remember somebody would want me to get that funding with something else, which I do not have. So we are just being marginalized, and we are raising our hopes for nothing because you don't talk to the people on the ground. There's people that are unemployed and we have ideas. There's fathers that are waking up and playing soccer, cannot feed their kids, and then you tell us about 5 million. Now, if I'm in an environment where there's fathers that are playing soccer and cannot find work, and we talk about 5 million, who are you talking to, people?
Thank you, Palelo. We appreciate. I think the challenge we have as government sometimes is that we can't be everything to everyone. I think this is the second time the program's being launched, and I think with the various questions and concerns and irritability the market has with the program, those things we take into consideration. I think right at the beginning, it is difficult to create something that is perfect for everyone. And we will certainly take your points and many other similar sentiments to the revised when we look at the program again. Thank you for your comment. Can I move to Jerome?
Yes, good morning. Or good afternoon, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jerome. Go ahead.
Okay, so I represent a company called Eco Innovations. So we've got this circular economy idea on the one side. Then what we've done in last year or so was to support learners and develop training material, and then just to train them out of pocket, etc. And then recently started to get money for helping them to. So the idea would now be bringing the two together in terms of getting youth opportunities in terms of, let's say, we've mostly focused on engineering projects because I'm an engineer, and then the partners are in engineering in construction. So we've spoken to SBIDZ with their Oceans Economy activities. We've then reached out to find this green ship of the future people. We're still in talks with them. My question, after speaking to, let's say, Barbara Creasy, then it was Anton Bredell and Waste Sector Desk Head in Cape Town. After all of these, if let's for instance say I'm a little bit on the new side for what you are presenting, as in terms of your requirements, I think I'm on a little bit on the new side, right? But would it be possible then, if I don't have financials for 3 years, to then, let's say, work with the GIZ to then eventually, let's say, after a couple of months, get to a proposal that is now that would now give us a better opportunity for future innovations like what you've got in terms of funding and stuff. Because what we also have is there's this third party that would like to give us 20 million because I secured the rights to the patent in the UK. So we would like to build this facility, processing facility, and train and implement, employ youth in the Saldanha area. So, but I think I'm going to miss the opportunity, and I understand that the requirements some of the requirements are cast in stone. But I don't want to miss the complete opportunity because I see there's an opportunity to work with GIZ, for instance, in terms of getting my proposal more investable, I think.
Lorato, you can go ahead.
I'll come in on that one because I think, yeah, it's very useful that you're bringing this into the room, and we definitely would encourage you to work with GIZ because it is actually part of the broader scope of our partnership with them. And getting people who are currently not quite there, but would be in the pipeline is absolutely part of the scope of work for this, for the partnership we have with them. So please do still reach out and get them to help you flesh out your idea and If you're able to then source other funding that's not the innovation fund at this point that gets progress on implementation, that would then be fantastic. And then we hope you will then be able to be in the next round of the application.
Thanks, Lerato. Can we move to Charlton? Charlton? Charlton. Okay, perhaps we'll, let's go to Nasheed. Nasheed?
Hi. Yes. Hi, good afternoon. I've asked a question in the chat. I just wanted to confirm that with a contractual period of 2.5 years, can we stagger out our cohort? So we're in the digital landscape. So I would like to know, do we have to spend the full 10 million? Because I'm assuming it's your 5 plus our 5. 10 million in day one is quite a significant amount to be spending upfront. But can we stagger out multiple cohorts and also create a bigger impact over a longer period of time? And I see Lerato is nodding in agreement. And then also, can we start within like a month before the 2.5 years end, but the spend still continues beyond the contractual period? Would that be allowed or considered?
I think, what we want to do is make sure a significant part of the impact that you intend making happens during that 2.5 years. So while we appreciate that that you will be doing your implementation approaches in the form of cohorts, we would like to see a proposal looking at creating as significant a portion of your impact within the 2.5 years. So if you can build your proposal around that, that will be great. Because I think if it goes beyond that, beyond the 2.5 years, we as the implementing agents will have not much to report on in terms of your impact. I would suggest draft your proposal where you have a large portion, I would say in the 2.5 years, probably 70%, 70 to 80%. Within the 2.5 years to show impact. Thank you. Charlton, we can see you on camera. Next.
Thank you. I think I just had a suggestion in the chat for if they are maybe on the presentation as well, if you can just include some examples of how these previous funded projects was able to match the funding and maybe some partners that they're willing to share as well, for those who are looking at getting funding partners together with the funding that you guys are offering. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Charlton. That's a good idea. And we like ideas and we'll build on those.
Yeah, so we will check with the partners who's comfortable to share information. At the very least, I think we can then just put our contact information and you can take the conversation with them forward. But where they are able to share funding partners, we can also make available some of the funding partners that are working with the PYEI that would be willing to have conversations, and then you're welcome to reach out to them.
Thank you. I don't see any hands. I'm going to ask if there are certain questions that were in the chat that are burning that have not been responded to, because there are quite a few comments in the chat. Perhaps put your hand up and then we'll address it directly.
Kelvin, there's a question on research.
Okay. Before we go to Fazile, Stuart.
There was a question about research, whether the funding will cover research, because research is so fundamental to the innovative process and so on. I'm just by memory, but the issue is that research for the sake of research is not part and parcel of it. Remember, what we did say is that if there's a certain element of research that is going to improve a system or contribute significantly to the or necessary for the program, we may consider it. We may consider it, but it needs to be motivated very well. But we do sit with a history of a lot of research being done and very little implementation. This program itself is specifically focused on implementation.
Great. Thanks, Stuart. Fazile?
Good day, guys. I just had a delicate question with regards to encouraging collaborations, which I saw on the website, on the platform when I went through it to check how the application process works. What solidifies collaborations in terms of working together in order to implement impact using this fund that you guys are now granting?
I think an important part, Fazile, is always going to be that the collaboration partners have a binding arrangement. Because I think the last thing you'd want to do is someone promises to work with you and then they walk away, then your proposal becomes a failure. It must be there must be a legally binding arrangement that you have with your collaboration partners. Please, nothing in verbal, and neither will accept it. I think during our basic assessment and due diligence, we will look for those binding arrangements between collaboration partners and specifically who's doing what. If it is a collaboration arrangement, each party must bring something to the arrangement. There's no fronting and so on. I hope that helps you there.
Okay, no.
Great. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. And then yes, last question. Are there any other funding opportunities within the ITC other than this one particularly?
I think Fazile, what are you talking about for the Innovation Fund or outside of the Innovation Fund?
Yes, outside the Innovation Fund, but still within the ITC.
You want to go ahead, Stuart?
Yes, I think we certainly do have a lot of funding programs, and for different sectors and different purposes and so on. So I think the suggestion is to go to our website, www.idc.co.za. You will see under the funding, I think it's called funding. Tailored funding solutions. Go there, you will find very specific types of funding for funding programs for funding. In addition, IDC is a funder. So all its funding, it makes funding available for businesses. So the tailored financing and tailored funding is on the website there, but there is a broader total funding mandate by IDC.
Thanks, Fazile, for your question. I'm going to keep this open for another 3 minutes. If there were any burning questions in the chat that we did not address, please put your hand up.
The question here, Stuart, about funding through projects funded by other government entities. So if the match funding, if the match funding can be from other.
Yeah, I think we made it clear that no. What we're looking for is funding in addition to public funding. So we're looking at additional funding into the program itself.
Does the match funding need to be in cash or in kind? I think this we answered that it's in cash.
Adenisha, you had your hand up. I'm not sure whether I accidentally put it down. Adenisha Elizabeth.
The one that was asking about funding in cash or in kind.
Oh, okay. So then she put her hand up. Okay. Anything further that we've missed, Loretta?
No. Let me see. That's just.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. Looks like everyone's ready for lunch. Thank you so much for taking your time. We really appreciate it. Please do note we do have the email address. If you have any additional questions, please do use the email address, and we look forward to your proposals. Thank you, everyone.
All the best.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Jeebus.